Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, brother. How you doing today? Brother Yamin.
Yes, Brother Benaiah.
How you doing, brother?
All right.
Good, thanks, bro.
You been doing all right, though, huh?
Yeah, man, just giving thanks, man. Beautiful day.
Oh, indeed.
Isaiah.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom, brother.
How's everyone doing?
Great.
That's good.
Shalom, doing fine.
That's great. We got another good presentation coming our way, dealing with Israel being without the priest and without the law. We're going to touch again on some bases where people is teaching that we don't need the priest today and that we are under the law. But this presentation is talking about Israel being without the teaching priest and without law. So we're going to show that our brothers and sisters are in error, teaching that we are under the covenant of the law today, and show that our brothers and sisters are in error, teaching that we don't need a priest to keep the laws. And I hope it helps each and every one of us in our journey in showing our brothers and sisters exactly what is written in the book. Is Yamin on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. The Psalms of the day is Psalms 40 and Psalms 27. Our brother Yamin Israel will read the Psalms for us this morning or this evening. And you got the flow, brother.
Shalom, everybody. As the brother stated, I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 27. Oh, Psalms 40. Psalms 40. Sorry about that. Psalms 40, please. It reads, I waited patiently for Yahweh, and he inclined unto me and heard my cry. He brought me up also out of an horrible pit, out of the miry clay, and set my feet upon a rock, and established my goings. And he hath put a new song in my mouth, even praise unto our Elohim. Many shall see it and fear, and shall trust in Yahweh. Blessed is the man that maketh Yahweh his trust, and respecteth not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. Many, O Yahweh my Elohim, are thy wondrous works, which thou hast done, and thy thoughts, which are to usward. They cannot be reckoned up in order unto thee. If I would declare and speak of them, they are more than can be numbered. Sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire. My ears hast thou opened. Burnt offerings and sin offering hast thou not required. Then said I, Lo, I come. In the volume of the book it is written of me, I delight to do thy will, O my Elohim. Yea, thy law is within my heart. I have preached righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, I have not refrained my lips, O Yahweh, thou knowest. I have not hid thy righteousness within my heart. I have declared thy faithfulness and thy salvation. I have not concealed thy loving kindness and thy truth from the great congregation. Withhold not thou thy tender mercies from me, O Yahweh. Let thy loving kindnesses and thy truth continually preserve me. For innumerable evils have have compassed me about. My iniquities have taken hold upon me, so that I am not able to look up. They are more than the hairs of my head. Therefore my heart faileth me. Be pleased, O Yahweh, to deliver me. O Yahweh, make haste to help me. Let them be ashamed and not confounded together that seek after my soul to destroy it. Let them be driven backwards and put to shame that wish me evil. Let them be desolate for a reward of their shame that say unto me, Aha, aha. Let all those that seek thee rejoice and be glad in thee. Let such as love thy salvation say continually, Yahweh, be magnified. But I am poor and needy, yet Yahweh thinketh upon me. Thou art my help and my deliverer. Make no tarrying, O my Elohim. Hallelujah. I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 27, please. Psalms 2:7. It reads, Yahweh is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Yahweh is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When the wicked, even my enemies and my foes, came upon me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. Though an host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against me, in this will I be confident. One thing have I desired of Yahweh, that will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of Yahweh all the days of my life, to behold the beauty of Yahweh and to inquire in his temple. For in the time of trouble, he shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. He shall set me up upon a rock. And now shall my head be lifted up above my enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy. I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto Yahweh. Hear, O Yahweh, when I cry with my voice. Have mercy also upon me and answer me. When thou saidest, seek ye my face, my heart said unto thee, thy face, Yahweh, will I seek. Hide not thy face far from me. Put not thy servant away in anger. Thou hast been my help. Leave me not, neither forsake me, O Elohim of my salvation. When my father and my mother forsake me, then Yahweh will take me up. Teach me thy way, O Yahweh, and lead me in a plain path because of my enemies. Deliver me not over unto the will of my enemies, for false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty. I had fainted unless I had believed to see the goodness of Yahweh in the land of the living. Wait on Yahweh, be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thy heart. Wait, I say, on Yahweh. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. First and foremost, I would like to the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein by saying Hallelujah. And I would like to greet the listening audience again by saying shalom. Again, today's presentation will be called Israel being without a priest and the law. And this presentation is given that we may understand exactly what is written in our Holy Scriptures, and it will allow us to know the importance of the priest and the importance without the law, how important it is that Israel is under the law. For without the law, it only represents destruction. And before we get into the presentation, I would like to expound on Psalms 40 and Psalms 27. According to Psalms 40 that our brother Yamin read for us, it told us we to have ears and can hear. According to the 7th verse of the 40th chapter of Psalms, it reads again, "Then said I, Lo, I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me, and I delight to do thy will, O my Elohim. Yea, thy law is within my heart." So it lets us know in these first, in the 7th and 8th verse, that the book is speaking about our fathers and our mothers and their children. And once we understand the book, it was supposed to be our will. We was to delight in the words of our Creator. It also tells us in the 9th and the 10th and the 11th verse of the 40th chapter of Psalms, and it reads again, "I have preached righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, I have not refrained my lips, Yahweh thou knowest." And righteousness was supposed to be preached to the great congregation of Israel. And those that preached righteousness was to never refrain their lips. They were, and the people I am speaking about is the priests. They were to teach Israel from the holy, the holy from the unholy. And they were to teach Israel the clean from the unclean. And they were commanded and instructed to never turn to the left nor the right, which means they were never allowed to add or take away from any of all the words that Yahweh instructed our fathers. It tells us in the 10th and 11th verse, I have not hid thy righteousness within my heart. We were not supposed to be selfish with the truth. We were to spread the truth. We was to spread righteousness among ourselves. Righteousness was supposed to be spread among ourselves, then it was spread throughout the earth. It tells us, and we were never to conceal the truth about salvation, nor about Yahweh's loving kindness and his truth from the children of Israel. Thus, the 11th verse reads, withhold not thy tender mercies from me, O Yahweh. Let thy loving kindnesses and thy truth continually preserve me. And the truth of Yahweh's word and his tender mercies and his loving kindness is that which preserves us. We have no strength today. The only thing that preserves us today is Yahweh's truth, his mercies, and his loving kindness. It also tells us in Psalms 27, if we take another look at that beautiful psalm. And in this beautiful psalm that is found in Psalms 27, I would like to reiterate or expound on the first 4 verses, which reads again, Yahweh is our light and our salvation. Whom shall we fear? Yahweh is the strength of our life. Of whom shall we be afraid? When the wicked, even my enemies, and our foes came upon us to eat up our flesh, they stumbled and fell. Though an host should encamp against us, our heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against us, in this will we be confident. One thing have I desired of Yahweh, that will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of Yahweh all the days of my life, to behold, please take note, to behold the beauty of Yahweh, and to inquire in his temple. So there's a time for everything under the sun, and today it seems like we must wait on our Creator, and in this wait we must have confidence in his salvation. And one thing that we all should desire is to seek after Yahweh and to dwell in the house of Yahweh. Unfortunately, we cannot dwell in the house of Yahweh all of our days, because many of our days have been spent in bondage. They have been spent in captivity. But we still desire to be among our Creator and to dwell in his house. And the 10th verse of the 27th verse reads, when my father and my mother forsake me, then Yahweh will take me up. The scripture teaches Yahweh is found of them that seek him not. And many of us are recipients of that. Many of us have been found by Yahweh while we were entertaining ourselves in vanity and folly. And Yahweh showed forth his mercy and his loving kindness and found us. Thus it told us, when our mother, our father, and our mother forsake us, Yahweh will take us up. Well, we have been forsaken by our fathers and our mothers. If you read the testimonies that is found in your holy scriptures, you will find without a shadow of a doubt that our fathers and our mothers have forsaken us. If not, why are we not in the land of our possession? And why do we find ourselves under another man's law than the Creator's law, if our fathers and our mothers have not forsaken us? It also tells us in the 13th, well, let me read the 11th verse, which reads, teach me thy way, O Yahweh, and lead me in a plain path because of my enemies. And with us being among our enemies today, the path to righteousness and truth, the path to mercy and loving kindness is not plain to many of us. Many of us must be taught the plain path, the right path, the only path. Thus, with our fathers and our mothers forsaking us, we pray to Yahweh that he teach us his way and lead us in a plain path. The 13th and 14th verse reads, I had fainted unless I had believed. Belief is a very widely word used in Hebrew for truth. One of our greatest fathers of all time was commanded, and blessings was put upon him based on his belief. And that father was none other than Abraham. And you can find that truth in Genesis, the 15th chapter. So belief and faith is truly strong among our Creator and his children. So again, it tells us, I had fainted unless I had believed, to see the goodness, the mercies, and the loving kindness of Yahweh in the land, not the world of the living, but in the land of the living. And unfortunately, with Israel being in the situation they find themselves in today, we must wait on Yahweh. Thus, the 14th verse reads, in closing, wait on Yahweh. Be of good courage, not faint-hearted, not unbelieving, but be of good courage. And he, the creator of the heaven and earth, shall strengthen thy heart. Wait, I say, on Yahweh. And today we're going to wait. And in our waiting, we are going to tell the truth. We are going to show the children of Israel what does it mean to be without a priest, a teaching priest, and to be without the covenant of the law. Let us all turn our holy scriptures, and before we do, please, each and every one of you, grab yourself a pen and a piece of paper and in holy scriptures, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will produce this day. Let us all turn our holy scriptures to the book of wisdom, the book of Proverbs. And let us turn to the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, for it warns us again in the book of wisdom, the 3rd chapter. And I would like to start one second. I would like to start at the very first verse and read down to the 14th verse. And it reads, my son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. for length of days, and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee, and they are not meant to forsake us. But instead, as we read in the 40th chapter of Psalms, it is meant to preserve us. Thus, it tells us again in the 3rd verse of the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor from the only one that can give it. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahweh, not in your brother nor your sister, but trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he alone shall direct thy path, as we prayed in Psalms 40 and Psalms 27, asking Yahweh to put us on a plain path. The 7th verse reads, be not wise in thy own eyes, because it relates to a fool. Thus, wisdom tells us, be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bones. Honor Yahweh with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thy increase. So shall thy barns be filled with plenty, and thy presses shall burst out with new wine. My son, despise not the chastising of Yahweh, neither be weary of his correction. And we are not despising, nor are we weary. For whom Yahweh loves, he corrects, even as a father, the son in whom he delights. Happy is the man that finds wisdom, and the man that gets understanding. And today we want to leave this presentation happy because of the wisdom that we will find this day and because of the understanding that we will get. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. And today we're going to leave with a treasure that is not going to consist of silver and gold, but instead wisdom and understanding. Let us also turn our Holy Scriptures to the 8th chapter of Proverbs to continue to warn us and to direct us in a plain path. Thus, it tells us in the 8th chapter of Proverbs, and I would like to start reading at the 4th verse. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 8th chapter, the 4th verse, and to you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of man. O ye simple, understand wisdom, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart. Hear, for I will speak of excellent things, and the opening of my lips shall be right things. As we pray each and every week, that the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in Yahweh's sight, that his children may hear and fear and depart from evil. Thus it tells us again, hear, for I will speak of excellent things, and the opening of my lips shall be right things. For my mouth shall speak truth, and wickedness is an abomination to my lips. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness, long as you don't add nor take away from this book. It reads, there is nothing forward or perverse in them. They are all plain. To be on the plain path, we must deal with the plain wisdom. They are all plain to him that understands, and right to them that find knowledge. And when knowledge is pleasant to thy soul, you will acknowledge to your brother and sisters that these words are truth. Receive my says something about your input, not value. Receive my instruction, and not silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold. For wisdom is better than rubies, and all, not some of the things, but all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to wisdom. Our wisdom dwell with the prudence, and find out knowledge of witty inventions. The fear of Yahweh is to hate evil, pride and arrogancy, and the evil way. The forward mouth do I hate. And the forward mouth is anyone that is right in their own eyes. The forward mouth is anyone that add or take away. The forward mouth is anyone that turn to the right or the left. Thus it reads again, in the 13th verse, the fear of Yahweh is to hate evil, pride and arrogancy, in the evil way. And the forward mouth do I hate. Anyone that add or take away from the word of Yah, he is telling you that he hates them. Counsel is mine. And if that is true, then if you speaking the truth, you must repeat or quote these words. Counsel is mine, and sound wisdom. I am understanding. I have strength. By me kings reign, and princes decree justice. By me princes rule, and nobles, even all the judges of the earth. I love, please take note, I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me. Riches and honor are with me, with wisdom, yea, durable riches and righteousness. The fruit of wisdom, it tells us in the 19th verse, my fruit is better than gold, yea, than fine gold, and my revenue than choice silver. I lead in the way of righteousness in the midst of the paths of judgment, that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance, and I will fill their treasures. Yahweh possessed wisdom in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. Our wisdom was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or even the earth was, or ever the earth was. When there was no depth, I was brought forth. When there was no fountains abounding with water, before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought forth, while as yet he had not made the earth, nor the field, nor the highest parts of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depths, when he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the fountains of the earth, then wisdom was by him as one brought up with him, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him. Rejoice in the habitable parts of his earth, and my delights were with the sons of men. Now therefore hearken unto me, O ye children, for blessed are they that keep my ways. Hear, Israel, instruction, and be wise, and refuse it not. It told us to hear the instructions, and not to add nor take away, not to turn to the left or the right, but it told us to hear the instructions and be wise. And the only way you can be wise is by not refusing it. Blessed is the man that hear me. Wisdom, watching daily at wisdom gates, waiting at the post of wisdom doors. For whoso find me, wisdom, finds life, and shall obtain favor of Yahweh. Because you love wisdom, Yahweh gonna love you. It tells us, but he that sins, he that refused it, sinneth against me, wrong his own soul. All they that hate me love death. So if we don't receive these words of wisdom today, it is only because you are a lover of death, and you will be a recipient of death and not a recipient of wisdom and understanding. Let us go one more place in the book of wisdom, which is the 22nd chapter. Proverbs, the 22nd chapter. And I know we find ourselves here many times because the scripture itself is redundant. Thus, your brother will continue to show you these same words of truth over and over again. Thus, it reads in Proverbs, the 27th chapter, the 22nd chapter, the 17th verse to the 21st verse. And it reads again. Bow down thy ear, Israel, and hear the words of the wise. But don't just hear them. Apply them. Understand them. Thus it says, bow down thy ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply thy heart into my knowledge. For it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thee. And we're going to keep them. If we under them or not, we know that these are jewels of wisdom that is not to be cast in a swine's snout, but to be kept among the children of Israel. And some people say, well, why should we know them? Why should we study them if you teaching that we're not under them? Because it is wisdom. And wisdom will save thy life. Wisdom will give thee strength. Wisdom will give thee riches, even though you find yourself in hell. It tells us, Israel, in the 18th verse, for it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thee. They shall wither be fitted in thy lips, that thy trust may be in Yahweh. That's another great reason why you are not to just cast stones of wealth into the swine's snout, because wisdom is given and understood that ye may trust in Yahweh. The 19th verse, that they trust, that thy trust may be in Yahweh. I have made known to thee this day, even to you, Israel. Have not I written to thee excellent things? And the excellent things is found in the volume of the book, and counsels and knowledge. And why did you write these things? What is the significance in us receiving this wisdom and refusing it not? It reads in the 21st verse, the last verse that I will read in this chapter, and it reads, that I might make thee know the certainty of the words of truth, that thou mightest answer the words of truth to them that sin into thee. So we're going to use this wisdom. We're going to use this plain path. We're going to use this understanding to understand the certainty of the words of truth, that we may answer our brother and our sister in righteousness. It tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 4th chapter. Exodus, the 4th chapter. For by way of the law and the testimonies will we establish this truth this day. And it tells us in the law, dealing with Israel being without priests and without the law. It tells us in Exodus, the 4th chapter, and it tells us in the very first verse, and it reads, and Moses answered and said, behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice. For they will say, Yahweh have not appeared unto thee. It tells us, and Yahweh said unto him, what is that in thy hand? And he said, a rod. And he said, cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moses fled from before it. And Yahweh said unto Moses, put forth thy hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand, that they may believe that Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Ishkar, and the Elohim of Yaakov have appeared unto thee. And Yahweh said furthermore unto him, put now thy hand into thy bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said, put thy hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. And it, Israel, shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken to the voice that thou shalt take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land. And the water which thou hast taken out of the river shall become blood upon the land. So it allows us to know, as we read, that Yahweh is giving our fathers strength. And the strength that he is giving them is called wisdom and understanding. And this strength of wisdom and understanding was to convince his children that he has spoken. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 10th verse, and it reads, and Moses said unto Yahweh, O my master, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech, and of a slow tongue. And Yahweh said unto him, who have made man's mouth? Or who makes the dumb or deaf or the seeing or the blind? Have not I Yahweh? Absolutely. Now, therefore, go, and I will be with thy mouth, and teach thee what thou shalt say. And we truly hope and believe that Yahweh be with the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart this day, that we are allowed to teach the truth to Israel, that they may hear, fear, and depart from evil. Thus it tells us in the 13th verse, and he said, O my master, send, I pray thee, by the hand of him whom thou wilt send. And that's exactly what he was doing. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Moses. And he said, is not Aaron the Levite thy brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he comes forth to meet thee. And when he sees thee, he will be glad in his heart. And thou shalt speak unto him, and put words in his mouth, and I will be with thy mouth, and with his mouth, and I, it says, and will teach you what ye should do, as we're going to teach this day. And he shall be thy spokesman unto the people, as we are being a spokesman this day. And he shall be, even he shall be to thee instead of a mouth, and thou shall be to him instead of Elohim. So it allows us to know that Yahweh will put authority on one to teach his children. And when he put that authority on one, they are never to add nor take away from any of all the words of Yahweh. And that is a great way, as we spoke last week, dealing with Deuteronomy the 18, telling how to denote if you have a true prophet among you. If the prophet says something and it come not to pass, then that denotes a false prophet. The Almighty allowed us to know that when he instills the authority on one to speak to his children, they are not to add, nor are they to ever take away. So when you hear your brothers and sisters speaking today, and you trying to defer which one is true, all you have to do is listen to the words of their mouths. Then open up your book. And if the words of their mouths do not equal that which is written, that is one that Yahweh has not sent to his people. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, let us turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 50th chapter. We are establishing the authority. We are establishing that once our fathers and our mothers came up out of bondage, they were given what is called the statutes of life. A covenant was made with them, between them and the creator of the heaven and earth. And the creator of the heaven and earth is the one that giveth wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Thus he gave our fathers the words of life, and they were to exercise those words of life forever in the land that they possess. And if our fathers and mothers would have never forsaken us, we would find ourselves in the land of our possession this day, enjoying the statutes of life. But instead, with us being forsaken, we find ourselves scattered on the four corners of this earth, being servants and afflicted, needing to be saved out of it. Thus it tells us in Isaiah the 50th chapter, if we all turn there please, and it allows us to know that Yahweh is the only one that can give a man the authority to teach his children. And when he gives that authority, wisdom, knowledge and understanding is imputed in that man. And that is one of the greatest signs for us to know if Yahweh truly using that person or not. His wisdom, his knowledge, and his understanding. Thus it tells us in Isaiah, the 50th chapter, and I like to start at the 4th verse. For it tells us in Isaiah 50:4, Yahweh Elohim have given me the tongue of the learned, that I, and please take note, he didn't say I studied it, he didn't say I found it, he didn't say he got it some other way, but in truth, he allows us to know how he is instilled with this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, which represent the truth. And it tells us again in the 4th verse, the Master, Elohim, have given me the tongue of the learned, that I should know how to speak a word in season to him that is weary. He wakens morning by morning. He wakens my ear to hear as the learned. And that's how you get it. Yahweh Elohim have opened my ear, and I was not rebellious. Well, the Almighty is opening many of our ears this day, and you have the choice to love him or hate him. You have the choice to follow him on the plain path of understanding or to forsake the plain path of understanding and be forward. For it tells us again in the 5th verse, the Master Elohim have opened my ear, and I was not rebellious. And we just read that Yahweh is the one in Exodus the 8th, in Exodus the 4th chapter. Yahweh is the one that opened the ears, that opened the eyes, that make the deaf, that make the blind. So Yahweh can do with you whatever he will. Thus it reads, one more time in the 5th verse, Yahweh Elohim have opened my ear, and I was not rebellious, neither turned away back. I gave my back to the smiters, to my brothers and sisters that called me evil, that told the people that I didn't know what I was talking about. It says, I gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair. I hid not my face, bold as a lion, from shame and spitting. For the Master Elohim will help me. Therefore shall I not be confounded, and I am not. Therefore have I set my face like a flint, bold as a lion. And I know that I shall not be ashamed. 5 years strong, and we have not been ashamed yet. Not one of these lying brothers or sisters have stood up to prove or to show that we are wrong. There have not been one reproof or rebuttal yet, because I know that I shall not be ashamed. He, the creator of the heaven and earth, it says, he is near that justify me. Who will contend with me? Let us stand together. And we've been saying it 5 years strong. Who is my adversary? And the adversary is not just my adversary, but the adversary would be one that is murmuring against the words of Yahweh. Thus it reads again, who is my adversary. Let him come near to me. Behold, the Master Elohim will help me. Who is he that shall condemn me? Lo, they all shall wax old as a garment. The moth shall eat them up. Who is among you that fear Yahweh, that obey the voice of his servant, that walk in darkness as we do this day and have no light? Let him trust in the name of Yahweh and stay firm, courageous upon his Elohim. Behold, all ye that kindle a fire, being right in your own eyes, that compasses yourselves about with sparks, being right in your own eyes. The scripture tells us they truly walk in the light of your fire. That means you are walking according to your own imagination. That means you are right in your own eyes. That means you have not chosen the fear of Yahweh and have departed from evil. But instead, it tells us one more time in the last verse, behold, all ye that kindle a fire. This fire represents your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. This fire represents your instructions. This fire represents you talking to the children of Israel. That compasses yourselves with your own light. If you don't compass yourself with this so-called light, you have no light whatsoever. So the light that you got confidence in is your own sparks, not the spark of the scripture, not the light and the fire that you will find within the volume of the book. But the scripture says you compass yourselves about with sparks. You walk in the light of your fire, not Yahweh fire, not Yahweh light, not wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, but again, in the sparks that ye have kindled. This, being right in your own eyes, this shall ye have of my hand. Ye shall lie down in sorrow, not happiness, not being glad, but sorrow, which is the opposite of those that accept wisdom. It also tells us, while we're in the book of Isaiah, let's take a look at the 51st chapter of Isaiah. And it tells us in the 51st chapter of Isaiah, and it reads, hearken unto me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek Yahweh, look into the rock whence ye are heaved, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Look into Abraham, your father, and into Sarah that bare you, for I called him alone. Please take note. And blessed him and increased him. For Yahweh shall comfort Zion, he will comfort all her waste places, and he will make her wilderness like Eden, and her desert like the garden of Yahweh. Joy and gladness shall be found therein, thanksgiving in the voice of melody. Hearken unto me, my people, and give ear unto me, O my nation. For a law shall proceed from me, and I will make my judgment to rest for a light of the people. And this judgment, when your brother teach that you're not under the law, when your brother teach that the land you find yourself in is unclean, when the brother teach that you are being judged by the rod of men and the stripes of men, this is not my light, but this is the light that you find in the volume of the book. Well, when our brothers teach the opposite of what we teach, that represents the light of their spark, not the light of wisdom, not the light of understanding, nor the light of knowledge, but only the light of their spark, being right in their own eyes, adding and taking it away, turning to the left and the right. Thus it tells us again in this fourth verse, hearken unto me, my people, and give ear to me, O my nation, for a law shall proceed from me, and I will make my judgment to rest for a light of the people. My righteousness is near, my salvation is gone forth, and my arms shall judge the people. The owl shall wait upon me, and on my arm shall they trust. Lift up your eyes to the heavens, and look upon the earth beneath, for the heavens shall vanish away like smoke, and the earth shall wax old like a garment, and they that dwell therein shall die in like manner. But my salvation shall be forever, and my righteousness shall not be abolished. Hearken unto me, ye that know righteousness, the people in whose heart is my law. Fear ye not the reproach of men, neither be ye afraid of their revilings. For the moth shall eat them up like a garment, because they're going to be ashamed. And the worm shall eat them like wool. But my righteousness shall be forever, and my salvation from generation to generation. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the 12th chapter of Exodus, Exodus 12. And it tells us in Exodus 12, if we all turn there, please. Starting at the 24th verse. For again, Israel, for a long time, Israel had been without a teaching priest and without the law. Well, in Exodus, the 12th chapter, Israel had been without the priest, the teaching priest, and without the law for a very long time when they found themselves in Egypt. According to this 12th chapter, it is rendered that Israel's whole sojourning was 430 years in Egypt. That is a long time without a teaching priest and without the law. It told us, or it tells us in Exodus, the 12th chapter, starting at the 12th verse, the 12th chapter, starting at the 24th verse, and it reads, And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. And it shall come to pass, when ye be come to the land, which Yahweh will give you. Please take note of the instructions. The only way you are a recipient of wisdom if you do not refuse the instruction. So the only way that you are a true recipient of wisdom if you understand what was just said. And what was just said? It tells us again, Israel, in the 25th verse, and it shall come to pass, for there is a time for everything under the sun, when ye be come to the land. So whatever Yahweh is speaking about in his 12th chapter, it denotes that it will come to pass when you find yourself in this particular land, which Yahweh will give you. So the instructions also allows us to know not just a particular land, but a land that Yahweh give you. Not a land that you find yourself in, not a land that you are captive or bondage in, but a land that Yahweh give you. And the land that Yahweh gave our fathers was based on the promise that he made to our fathers. It reads, according, the last sentence of the 25th verse, according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. And we are teaching today the service of keeping the covenant of the law was to be done at one particular place. And it was to be done when it come to pass, when ye be come to the land. The 26th verse reads, and it shall come to pass when your children shall say to you, what mean ye by this service? Why are you doing these things? And it's a service that our children is about to ask our fathers, ask their fathers and their mothers next month or next month. And it is one of the greatest high Sabbaths. It is one of the greatest feast days, and it is called the Day of Atonement. And it allows us to know that our children will ask us in the day to come, and that day was supposed to be when we found ourselves in our own land keeping these services, but instead we find ourselves in bondage, scattered on the four corners of the earth, being servants and afflicted, enduring trials and tribulations, and in the same breath, we're going to teach our children without wisdom that we are being atoned. In bondage, in an unclean place, doing affliction and servitude, we are teaching our children that we are being atoned. And the Almighty said, I'm found to them that seek me not. And many times he's going to be found, or he's going to find these children, and he's going to send those children straight to these men that are teaching according to their own heart and their own mind. And it tells us here that your children should ask thee, what means ye by this service? And it reads in the 27th verse, that ye, the right answer, the correct answer, that ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who passed over the house of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed the head and worshiped. And the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron. So did they. Which allow us to know that they were a recipient of wisdom, and they refused it not, at least at this time. It also tells us in the 13th chapter of Exodus, the 8th verse to the 14th verse, and it reads, and thou shalt show thy son in that day. And I'm using this and showing us and taking this direction because we're going to work our way up to where Israel winded up without a teaching priest in the law. And we're going to compare it to today, because today we find ourselves without the house of the priests and without the covenant of the law. And we're going to find and see, was there any other way that these things could be done? Did Yahweh leave a plan B? Or was the plan A, the good path, good enough? Because if it was, then that's what it should be today, because our Creator changes not. In the 13th chapter of Exodus, it tells us in the 8th verse, and thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, this is done because of that which Yahweh did. We ain't doing these things just to be doing it. Everything that we do is based on the glory of our Creator. It tells us, Israel, this is done, the 8th verse, this is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. Not while I was in Egypt, but these things were done because of that which Yahweh did unto us when we came forth out. Not while we were in. If we following the instructions, these things happened when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, and for a memorial between thy eyes, that Yahweh's law may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand have Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in its season from year to year. And it shall be, again, please take note of the instructions. And it shall be, when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee, that thou shalt set apart unto Yahweh all that open the metric, and every firstling that come of the beast which thou hast, the males shall be Yahweh's. And every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou will not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck, and all the firstborn of men among thy children shall thou redeem. And this is going to be questioned also, and it's going to be asked. For it reads in the 14th verse, and it shall be, when thy son asks thee in time to come, saying, what is this? That thou shalt say unto him, and many of us are going to ask, as I stated, the next moon, what is this that you are teaching and doing among the children of Israel, dealing with the Day of Atonement? You being right in your own eyes is taking the truth, the mercy, and the loving kindness from Yahweh's children. But it tells us that the children, your son shall ask thee, what is this? That thou shalt say unto him, by strength of hand, Yahweh brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. So when we ask you, what is this next month, dealing with the Day of Atonement, I want to hear your answer. Because the true answer we are reading. And it allows us to know that we were only to do these feast days because of what Yahweh did for us, bringing us out of bondage. Well, the question should be by many of your sons, well, why are you doing it today, Dad? We in captivity. We in bondage. Many people call this modern day Babylon or modern day Egypt. So if that is true, why are we doing it in their land? The scriptures, with its instructions, show us exactly why and when and where. And it was never done in your bondage, and it was never done because you were in bondage, but instead because you were brought out. So if you are doing these things because of deliverance, and today you are not delivered, what are you doing? It tells us, Israel, in the 15th verse, and it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice, please take note, to Yahweh all that open the metric, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a token upon thy hand, and for frontlet between thy eyes, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt. And this, by way of strength of hand, is why we do all the feast days that is found in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. You will find 7 feast days, and those 7 feast days represent our salvation and our deliverance and the mighty hand that Yahweh laid upon our enemies. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look in the book of Joshua, and I would like to go to the 4th chapter of Joshua, and it also tells us these same things on the same line that we just read thus far from Exodus 12 and Exodus 13. Well, Joshua 4, once we made it in the land of promise, it tells us this in the 6th and 7th verse. In the book of Joshua, right after the book of Deuteronomy, the 5th book of your holy scriptures, and it tells us in the book of Joshua, I said the 5th book, sorry about that, the 6th book of your holy scripture is the book of Joshua. There are 5 books found in the Torah. It tells us in Joshua, the 4th chapter, the 6th and 7th verse, and it reads, that this may be a sign among you, that when your children, not just your son, but even your daughters, when your children ask their fathers in time to come, for there is a time for everything, Israel, saying, what mean ye by these stones? Then ye shall answer them, that the waters of Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, When it passed over Jordan, the water of Jordan cut over Jordan were cut off. And these stones shall be for a memorial unto the children of Israel. So another great example of our children asking us why we do the things that we do in the land of promise. Again, it is only based on the acts of our Creator. We are having a festivity. We are having a feast with our Creator. We are celebrating His strength, His might, His hand, and His truth. And these things were never done in the land of our enemies. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. One book back. And it tells us in the 5th division of Deuteronomy about the covenant of the law that was made with our fathers in Exodus, the 20th chapter. But we're going to speak on that which was told to our fathers in Exodus, the 20th chapter, 40 years later. Thus, we find ourselves in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. This is the 10 Commandments being reiterated to our fathers 40 years later, before they actually entered into the land of promise. And it reads, starting at the very first verse, to allow us to know that our fathers and their children were recipients of the law, to allow us to know that our fathers and their children had the whole house of Levi among them. They had a priest, even a teaching priest, but not so with us this day. But here it allows us to recount how Israel was a recipient of the covenant of the law, and it also allowed us to recount what Yahweh said to our fathers, where the law was to be done forever. And it reads, starting at the very first verse, and Moses called all Israel. So everybody knew the same thing. And said unto them, hear, O Israel. And you got to open up your ears to hear. You got to be obedient to hear. It says, hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your ears this day. And please note, Yahweh changes not. Thus, when you read what is written in Exodus, the 20th chapter, which represent the first year, and you read what is written in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, which represent what was said in the 40th year, you will find without a shadow of a doubt that Yahweh changes not, even today. Thus, it continued to read in the first verse, which I speak in your ears this day, that ye may learn. Please take note. We had to learn the statutes, the ordinances, the judgments, the covenant of the law. You don't have to learn something that you already know and have already been doing for hundreds of years. As our brothers and sisters teach that we were keeping the covenant of the law in Egypt. And these words that we are reading today allow us to know that our brothers and sisters are in error, because Yahweh is telling Moses and our fathers that Israel must be taught. And it reads again. that ye may learn them and keep and do them. The first thing you must do is be taught. Well, we backwards today. We are reenacting without even knowing the law. The second verse reads, Yahweh our Elohim made a covenant with us in Horeb. Yahweh made not this covenant with our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive. Not where you at today, but our fathers that found themselves in this wilderness, freed, being a recipient of Yahweh's salvation. The fourth verse says, Yahweh talked with you, not your children 1,000 years later, but with you on the mount, face to face in the mount, out of the midst of the fire. I stood between Yahweh and you at that time to show you the word. You didn't know it already, even though the book of Yasser teach that Israel kept the Sabbath in Egypt. It says to show you the word of Yahweh, for ye were afraid by reason of the fire, and went not up into the mount, saying, I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. Thou shalt have none other God before me. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh thy Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children. And he hath. Thus we read in Psalm 27, I think it was the 10th verse, when thy father and thy mother forsake thee, Yahweh will lift thee up. And today we have been lifted up, many of us, with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, because Yahweh found us. It continued to tell us in these 10 commandments, thou shalt not bow thyself to them, the 9th verse, nor serve them, for I, Yahweh thy Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, and to the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy Elohim in vain, for Yahweh will not hold him guiltless that take his name in vain. And many times our brothers found themselves guilty for taking Yahweh's name in vain, for putting Yahweh's name upon their own spark, upon their own words, upon them, or upon that which they see is right. And it is truly vain when none of those things come to pass. It tells us keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it. And it means exactly what it says. As Yahweh thy Elohim command thee, 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work. And please take note of the instructions. Nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger. Please take note. This allow you to know if you under the Sabbath or not. Nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. Do you have a stranger in your gates today? I don't think so, and I don't think this is talking about you today. For it tells us something very important, and that is, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. You will never find this, and why not? Because you are the stranger today. Because you find yourself in the midst of their gates. But if you were in your land, and if you were under the covenant of the law, and if you were observing the Sabbath to keep it sanctified and holy, it tells us again in the 14th verse, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thy, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor the manservant, nor the maidservant, nor the ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant, which represent the strangers, may rest as well as that. Israel, you are not under the Sabbath today based on these instructions, nor do you find yourself in your gates, nor do you find any stranger among you in your gates, because you're not in your gates. And then it tells us in the 15th verse, and remember, don't forget that these things was given to our fathers when they came out of Egypt. It says, and remember that thou was a servant in the land of Egypt, and that Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee out. That's why we do all that we do. That's why we were instructed, because Yahweh brought thee out thence through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore, he gave us the reason. It says, therefore, Yahweh thy Elohim commanded thee to keep the Sabbath day, based on him bringing our fathers out of bondage through a mighty hand and a stretched out arm. It continues to read, honor thy father and thy mother, as Yahweh thy Elohim hath commanded thee, that thy days may be prolonged, and that it may go well with thee. Where? In bondage? Absolutely not. But that it may go well with thee in the land which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. Thou shalt not kill, neither shalt thou commit adultery. And let me rephrase that 17th verse. In many of your holy scriptures, you find the word kill, and that is not the best interpretation. For when you search the scriptures diligently, you will find that Israel and even our Creator himself have killed. So the command was never given to our fathers that they should not kill, but they should not kill the innocent, which will represent murder. So many of you see thou shalt not kill when it should read thou shalt not murder. Neither shall thou commit adultery. Neither shall thou steal. Neither shall thou bear false witness against thy neighbor. Neither shall thou desire thy neighbor's wife. Neither shall thou covet thy neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's. These words Yahweh speak into all your assembly in the mount, out of the midst of the fire of the cloud and of the thick darkness, with a great voice, and he added no more. So when we speak about the volume of the book, that's what we're dealing with, and we are not to add or take away anything. For it tells us again that Yahweh added nothing. It says, what verse is that? These words Yahweh speak into all your assembly in the mount, out of the midst of the fire of the cloud and of the thick darkness, with a great voice. And he added no more, nor can we. And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone and delivered them into Moses. And it came to pass, when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that ye came near unto Moses, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And ye said, Behold, Yahweh our Elohim hath shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day, Israel, that Elohim does talk with man, and he lives. Now, therefore, why should we die? And how will we die? By adding or taking away, by making the Almighty angry, where he got to keep telling our fathers the same thing over and over. The 25th verse says, Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of Yahweh our Elohim anymore, then we shall die. For who, and this is the question to the world, for who is there of all flesh that have heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have, and lived? Go thy near, as the people instructed Moses, and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, and speak thy unto us all that Yahweh our Elohim shall speak unto thee, and we will hear it and do it. And Yahweh heard the voice of your words when you speak unto me. And Yahweh said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said. The scripture says they have well said all that they have spoken. And what did they well say? You go hear what Yahweh have to tell us. Tell us all that he has said, and we will hear you and do it. Oh, that there was such an heart in them, that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. And it would have been. Well, today is not, because today Israel find themselves without a priest and without the law. it says, go, say to them, get you into your tents again. But as for thee, Moses, stand thou here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments, and the statutes, and the judgments, which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them where? In the land. What land? Which I give them to possess it. That is the instructions. Ye shall observe to do, therefore, as Yahweh your Elohim have commanded you. And if we don't go any farther than this 32nd verse, it allows us to know that we, to be in obedience, must obey every word as it is written. So the Almighty told our fathers to keep every word of the law in the land that they possessed, then that's exactly what he means. And let's see, did he say that? For it tells us in the 32nd verse, ye shall observe to do therefore as Yahweh your Elohim have commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. Ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim have commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days whereat? In the land which ye shall possess. And that's why today many of our brothers and sisters don't have a long life. Even if they got a good education, a good job, good health, they don't seem to prolong their days. And one of the main reasons why they are not prolonging their days is because of the land they find themselves in. Because in the land they find themselves in, they cannot do all that Yahweh commanded our fathers to do to prolong their days. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look at the 6th chapter of Deuteronomy, for in the 6th chapter of Deuteronomy, the same things are spoken and agreed upon, and then we are told to teach, because these things were new to us. These things were such difference. They was so much a difference as it is from day and night, because we were living in hell. We were living under death. We were in the shadow of death. And we were brought out of that darkness into the light. And we were given the statutes of life. And when we were given these statutes of life, it tells us in the very first verse of the 6th chapter, now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which Yahweh your Elohim commanded to teach you. The very first verse allows us to know that Israel didn't wake up with these things. They were taught these things. And they were taught by the instructions of their Creator. Thus it reads again, now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which Yahweh your Elohim commanded to teach you. Why? That ye might do them in the land whether you go to possess it. That thou mightest fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thy and thy sons, and thy sons' sons, all the days of thy life. This don't change.
and that thy days may be prolonged if you were in that land. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily, as Yahweh, Elohim of thy fathers, have promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our Elohim is one Yahweh, and thou shalt love Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words, the volume of the book, which I command thee this day, shall be in thy heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently, as we do, and to thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand, and they shall be a frontlet between thy eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates, and it shall be when Yahweh thy Elohim shall have brought, please take note of the instructions, brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities which thou buildest not. You know this is not that land. It says, and houses full of all good things which thou fillest not, and wells dig which thou diggest not, vineyards and olive trees which thou plantest not. When thou shalt have eaten and be full, then beware, lest thou forget Yahweh, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. And our fathers forgot. They forgot. They start adding and taking away from Yahweh's word. They start implementing their own thoughts, to where all that they were saying and doing was evil in the eyes of our Creator. And the Almighty had forewarned our fathers and told them if they did not do all that he had said, and if they practiced the abominations of the other nations in that land, that Yahweh will spew them out of that great land. And Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All that he said have came to pass. Thus, our Father's children find themselves scattered on the four corners of this earth, needing to be saved out of it. It continues to tell us in the 6th chapter of Deuteronomy, in the 13th verse, thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim and serve him, and shall swear by his name. Ye shall not go after other gods, of the people which are round about you. For Yahweh thy Elohim is a jealous Elohim among you, lest the anger of Yahweh thy Elohim be kindled against thee, and destroy thee from off the face of the earth. So it allows us to know that we were to be instructed, we were to be taught, we were to learn what was being taught to us, and we were to do all in the land that Israel possessed. And if we did, if our fathers did, if they would have never forsaken us, it tells us in the 24th and the 25th verse of the 6th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it reads, and Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahweh our Elohim, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day. And again, Israel, it's not speaking about today. It's not speaking about 2020, but he's speaking about the day 40 years later after Yahweh brought our fathers out of Egypt. Those are the people that he is speaking about that was alive that day. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments. Where at? Wherever you at? Or was it before Yahweh? Or was it in the land that you possess? It tells us before Yahweh our Elohim, as he have commanded us. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scripture to the 8th chapter of Deuteronomy, another chapter in the law. For by the law and by the testimony, our fathers was to speak. And if they did not come by the law and the testimony, it was only because there was no light in them. And many of our brothers and sisters have shown over and over again that they possess no light because they can never produce the law and the testimonies as we do each and every week. It tells us, Israel, in the 8th chapter, and I would like to start reading from the very first verse. To the 5th verse, and it reads, all the commandments which I command thee this day, 40 years ago in the wilderness, shall ye observe to do, that ye may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way which many of our fathers have forgotten, and their children today. But it tells us, and thou shalt remember all the way which Yahweh thy Elohim led thee these 40 years in the wilderness. To do what? To humble thee and to test thee, to know what was in thy heart, whether thou would keep his commandments or no. And he humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with the manna which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man does not live by bread only, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of Yahweh does man live. And that's probably why we find ourselves enduring all these trials and tribulations. That's probably why we find ourselves walking as dead men walking, because we don't have all the words of Yahweh. It tells us again, man does not live by bread only. Today, many of us are only living on bread. We don't know nor understand the instructions of our Creator. But it tells us here, if you did, you would know that man does not just live by bread only, but he truly lives by every word, not some of the words. That's the same as not having no bread. When man lives on bread, to truly be living and to stay alive, he must live on every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh. Then does man live. Thy raiment waxed not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Thou shalt also consider, as we are to consider this day, in thy heart, that as a man chastised his son, so Yahweh thy Elohim chastised thee. So this chastisement is in righteousness. Even though this chastisement seems hard and endless and hopeless, it is done for our best interest. The Almighty just said he chastised them as he chastised a son in whom he well pleased. So this chastising is being done because Yahweh is well pleased in the children that he has chosen. Their fathers and their mothers just messed up. And Yahweh being righteous, he had to bring forth their judgment. But that don't change the fact that Yahweh is pleased in Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in their seed. It also tells us, if we turn our scripture to Isaiah again, the 54th chapter of Isaiah. Isaiah, the 54th chapter. And it tells us in Isaiah, the 54th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it reads, in the 13th verse, Isaiah, the 54th chapter, the 13th verse. And all thy children shall be taught of Yahweh. Many of our children have never been taught of Yahweh. There are many of our children on this earth, has been on this earth and died and have not been taught the truth about Yahweh. But here it tells us, and all thy children shall be taught of Yahweh, and great shall be the peace of thy children. And that's what it means to have a teaching priest and to be under the law. I will also read the 14th verse, for it allows us to know the condition of one once they are taught the truth. It says, in righteousness shall thou be established. Thou shalt be far from oppression, for thou shalt not fear, and from terror, for it shall not come nigh thee, because of Yahweh's mercy, and because of the teaching that will be done to our children. It also tells us, if we take a look while we still in Isaiah, the 11th chapter of Isaiah, the 11th chapter, the 9th verse, to continue to allow us to know the difference between being in our own land with a teaching priest and the covenant of the law, and being in another man's land without the priest and without the law. It tells us in the 11th chapter of Isaiah, the 9th verse, and it's a reminder to allow us to know all is not lost. Once the Almighty can finish doing his will, as we read, the land and the people will be like it was in the days of Eden. Thus it tells us in the 9th verse, they shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. For the earth, not just the land, not just the promised land, but it tells us for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of Yahweh as the waters cover the sea. Because we will be taught, and because we will be back in our own land under the covenant of the law, being taught by those that were instructed to teach the whole house of Israel. It also tells us if we turn our scriptures to the book of Deuteronomy, back in the law, the book of Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter. Let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter. Because again, Israel, we need a teaching priest, and we need the covenant of the law to be a recipient of all the righteousness that Yahweh has spoken. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it continues to allow us to know the importance of a priest and the covenant of the law. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter, and I'll start at the 18th verse, and I will read to the 21st verse. Let's read to the 24th verse. And it reads, what verse did I say? We're going to start at the 18th verse. And it reads, therefore, after what we just read in Isaiah, the 54th chapter, Isaiah, the 11th chapter, Deuteronomy 6, Deuteronomy 8, Deuteronomy 11 tells us in the 18th verse, after we read the chapter and verses I just stated, it reads, therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And most times, this is speaking about the parents. It is instructing to the parents to teach their children. And this teaching sounds like an all-day teaching. For it tells us that we were to teach our children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house, and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied in the days of your children. Where at? In the land of their enemies? In Babylon, in Egypt, in America, it says, in the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers, to give them as the days of heaven upon the earth. For if, allowing us to know that these things were conditional, these things wasn't just done if we did it or not. These things was conditional. These conditions was based upon the covenant, the contract that was made between our fathers and our Creator. Thus it tells us in the 22nd verse, for if ye shall diligently keep all these commandments, which I command you, to do them, to love Yahweh your Elohim, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave unto him, then will Yahweh drive out all these nations from before you, and ye shall possess greater nations and mightier than yourselves. Every place wherein thy sole of your feet shall tread shall be yours. From the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even into the uttermost sea shall your coast be. Therefore shall no man be able to stand before you, for Yahweh your Elohim shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon all the lands that ye shall tread upon, as he has said unto you. And this is another great example, because we know that that is not being done today. We don't find ourselves in the great promised land, but we find ourselves in all of these other lands, having not the dread of us upon them, but the dread of them upon us. It is our sons and daughters being shot down in the street. It is our sons and daughters being recipients of this great violence that is in the earth this day. And it is only because we are not protected by the covenant of the law. We are not protected by teaching priests. Instead, we are the recipients of the curses that have befallen our fathers that had forsook our Creator. Thus it tells us, the 25th and the 26th and 27th verse, behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. A blessing if, Israel, the condition, ye obey the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, which I command you this day. And a curse if ye will not obey the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim. But be right in your own eyes, it reads, but turn aside out of the way which I command you this day, to go after other gods which ye have not known. So it allows us to know that we were to be taught these great words, and we were to be taught these great words by a priest. And many times you find in your scripture that priest is denoted as a teaching priest. And that priest had nothing other than the covenant of the law. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy one more time while we're in Deuteronomy, and I would like to go to the 21st chapter of Deuteronomy. And it tells us in the 21st chapter of Deuteronomy, the 18th to the 21st verse. And this is a great example why our fathers and mothers were commanded, and the teaching priests were commanded to teach us all that Yahweh has said. It was to warn us. It was to keep us on a plain path, and it was to allow us to be a recipient of righteousness if we did all that Yahweh has said. Thus, we find a statute and a judgment written in the book of the law that will also allow us to know the importance, responsibility that the father and the mother had in teaching their children all that Yahweh said. Because it tells us here in Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter, the 18th verse, and it reads, if a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastised him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him and bring him out into the elders of his city and into the gates of his place. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, this our son is stubborn and rebellious, and many of us are stubborn and rebellious to the words of Yahweh this day. He will not obey our voice, our teaching. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shall thou put evil away from among you. But you would not know that this was evil if Yahweh didn't say it and commanded our priests to teach the people. And this teaching, as I stated before, is a warning. It helps us to stay on the plain path of righteousness. If not, we might be a recipient of death, as this stubborn and rebellious son is. Thus, it tells us in the 21st verse, and all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. Why are we doing this? It reads, so shall thou put evil away from among you. And all Israel, not some, but all Israel shall hear and fear. So this is a great reason why we are to teach our children the truth and pray and instruct and hope that they stay in that path of truth. As the same as the statute and the law dealing with the Shabbat. It tells us in the scriptures, Exodus, the 31st chapter, the 13th to the 18th verse, he that defiled the Sabbath day shall die. In the book of Numbers, the 15th chapter, it tells us and show us through an example what it means by he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. And that is one of the greatest reasons why our parents was to teach us. That way we would know if we were wrong or right. We would know if we were doing something that represented life or was we doing something that represented death. And you will also, as the scripture says, you would not be guiltless. So when it was time for judgment, they that rendered the judgment, which most times it was the elders and the priests, they would be right, and the people that was a recipient of that judgment would know that they were right, because they had already taught those great things beforehand. Let us also, for a great example or a scripture that shows how important it was for us to have a teaching priest among us, let us turn our scriptures still in the book of the law, but let us go to the book of Leviticus, the 10th chapter. Leviticus, the 10th chapter. And it tells us in Leviticus, the 10th chapter, in the 10th verse, and it reads, let's start at the 8th verse. That way no one can say that I skipped over it and they didn't know that it was the priest that made and put the difference. It tells us in the 8th verse, and Yahweh spake unto Aaron, saying, do not drink wine nor strong drink, nor thy sons with thee, when ye go into the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die. That's an instruction, and that's something that had to be taught. It says, it shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. The 10th verse reads, and that ye may put difference between holy and unholy, and between unclean and clean. The 11th verse reads, and that ye may teach, and the word teach also denotes Torah. It says that ye may teach the children of Israel all the statutes which Yahweh has spoken unto them by the hand of Moses. So again, Israel, it is very, very important that when Israel is under the covenant of the law, that they have a teaching priest among them. And even if they don't have the teaching priest among them, they must still have the teaching priest in the place that Yahweh placed his name. That was the place that Yahweh sent our fathers when the elders did not have the answers that was among them. They were sent to Jerusalem, to the dwellings of the high priest, and there they was a recipient of the answers from the priest. It is vital to have the priest when Israel is under the covenant of the law. How else would they know the difference between the unclean and the clean, between the holy and the unholy? It also tells us to put more light on that particular comment if we turn our scriptures to Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. And what we just read was dealing with our fathers going into the land, being recipients of the possession that they just received. Well, where we're going now is spoken later on in retrospect, and it deals with Israel coming up out of bondage again. But it allows us to know, no matter how many times Israel find themselves in bondage, every time they get out, they must be taught. They must be taught to do all that Yahweh has said in the land that they possess. Let us see this truth in the book of Ezekiel, the 44th chapter,
I think it is. Let me get there right quick. Yes, sir. The 44th chapter of Ezekiel. And I would like to start reading at the 23rd verse and the 24th verse. And it reads, and they is none other than a priest. And you can find that truth out if you start reading the first verse all the way up to where we're reading now, which is the 23rd verse. And it reads, and they shall teach my people. Yahweh changes not, and he's talking about all the people. So all of Israel that believe that they don't need a priest, you are in error, and you are murmuring against your Creator. For it tells us again in the 23rd verse, and they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean. And in controversy, there is an office in the place that Yahweh placed his name, and the priests dwell there. Thus it reads, and in controversy they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it according to my judgments, and they shall keep my laws and my statutes and all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbath. One more place that I would like to go before we show on the ancestors, just putting a little more stock on the priests. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. Let's go there real quick. Let me get this one in. Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. It just come to my mind, so I want to get this one in also. And it reads in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. If you find where I would like to start, I will start let's start at the 8th verse, since we just read in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, the 25th verse, where we're talking about controversy. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, starting at the 8th verse, and it reads, if there arise a matter too hard, and there has risen many matters too hard for us, but we just wind up being right in our own eyes, and whoever agree with us, they ride with us, and whoever don't agree with us, they don't ride with us. That is not wisdom, nor is that knowledge, nor is that understanding. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding is right before our eyes in our holy scriptures. Thus, the Almighty tell us in the 8th verse of the 17th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it reads, if there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plead and plead, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shalt thou rise and get thee up into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And thy shall come into the priests, the Levites. But we got people teaching
We don't need no priest to keep the law. Well, again, Israel, your matters of controversy between blood and blood, between plead and plead, between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, can only be established and resolved by the priest. That's why the Almighty told, no matter where your dwelling was, you got to get to Jerusalem, because that's where the priest or the high priest office was. It tells us again, Israel, in the last sentence of the 8th verse, and get thee up into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And thou shalt come into the priests, the Levites, and into the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. But we don't need a priest. It continued to tell us, and thou shalt do. This show you that you definitely need a priest. And this show us that anyone that teach that we don't need a priest to keep the law is a liar, and they lack understanding. For it tells us, and thou shalt do according to the sentence. Well, if we ain't got nobody teaching us, then what is the sentence that we got to do according to? That which is right in your own eyes? Absolutely not, Israel. It tells us, and thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place which Yahweh shall choose will show thee, teach thee, and thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee. According to the sentence of the law. Well, we don't need a priest for the law. That's what's being taught. And I will reprove that every day. It says, according to the sentence of the law, which they shall teach thee. So for all those that teach we don't need the law, or we don't need a priest to keep the law, again, they have lied on our Creator, and they are murmuring against our Creator. For it boldly tells anyone that have eyes and can see, according to the sentence of the law, which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence, meaning you ain't allowed to turn to the left or the right. You ain't allowed to be right in your own eyes. It says, shall not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand or to the left. And if that is not enough warning, the Almighty continue to warn our fathers. And it reads, and the man that will do presumptuously, that will continue to murmur against Yahweh, that will continue to pull the hair and spit in the face, it says, and the man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken into who? The priest. That stand to do what? To minister there before Yahweh thy Elohim, or into the judge. Even that hard-headed, rebellious son shall die, and thou shall put away the evil from Israel. And all, and this is one of the teachings, and all the people shall hear and fear, and do no more presumptions. So again, Israel, I just wanted to bring these out as I have done over and over again to allow us to know and understand how important it is for Israel to have a teaching priest among them, and how important it is for Israel to be under the covenant of the law, because anything other than that represents death. We are dead men walking only because we find ourselves without our Creator, without our land, and without the statutes of life. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. And I hope and pray that y'all are writing these things down. That way, when you talking to your brother and sister, you can talk to them with truth. And maybe you will be the one that can win their souls to bring them back to the fear of their Creator. It tells us, Israel, in Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. And I would like to read the 23rd and the 24th verse. Because, again, your brother is teaching about a time when Israel was without a priest and without the law. And that was a time when we was living under the covenant of the law in our own possession. And we have found ourselves in that condition many other times, as we do this day. It tells us in Jeremiah, the 9th chapter, the 23rd and the 24th verse, what Yahweh desire. Even today, the desire to fear Yahweh and depart from evil is sought. And there is nothing more glorious or nothing that you can boast as being a righteous man or woman more than what we're about to read. And it tells us in the 23rd and the 24th verse, and it reads, "Thus said Yahweh," not Samuel, but thus said Yahweh, "let not the wise man glory in his wisdom." Not if you don't understand what you're supposed to be glorying about and what the wisdom represents. "Neither let the mighty man glory in his might." Because if you're not acknowledging Yahweh and all that he said, you truly don't have strength. For Yahweh bring forth the strength. It is he that give us strength. Thus he warns the mighty man. Let the mighty man, or it says, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, because we have already been warned and told that there is no silver nor gold that can be compared to wisdom. The 24th verse reads in its conclusion, "But let him, or let them that glory in this." And this is what we supposed to glorify and boast about every day of your life. And I love to. And it is called, according to the 24th verse, it is called loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness. Thus the 24th verse reads, "But let him or them that glory in this, that they understand and know me. And many of our brothers cannot glorify that they are false, that they truly understand and know Yahweh. And that I am Yahweh, which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things, this is not the words of your brother, but the words of your Creator. For in these things I delight. Said who? Said Yahweh. So if you want a boss, if you want to let somebody know that you know something, let them know that you truly understand today that it is Yahweh that exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness. For in these things Yahweh delight. Well, don't those things have to be taught? Don't we need somebody to teach us these things? One that can make a difference between the holy and the unholy. One that can make a distinction between the unclean and the clean? Absolutely. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to 1 Chronicles, 1 Chronicles, and I would like to touch on a little bit in 1 Chronicles. I think I want to go to the 25th chapter. And I want to go to let's go to the 23rd chapter first of 1 Chronicles. In the 23rd chapter of 1 Chronicles, there are instructions being given, and David has set up the priests and the Levites, and David being the king and old, and these were the days of Solomon, and these Levites and priests have been set up. And I was taking us here to show us what they are set up to do. And it tells us in the 24th verse, if we turn there, please, of the 23rd chapter. And it reads, the sons of Mashah, Mahar, and Adur, and Jeremoth, 3. These were the sons of Levi after the house of their fathers, even the chief of their fathers, as they were counted by number of names by their polls, that did the work for the service of the house of Yahweh, from the age of 20 years and upward. For David said, Yahweh Elohim of Israel have given rest unto this people, that they may dwell in Jerusalem forever. And also unto the Levites, they shall no more carry the tabernacle, nor any vessel of it for the service thereof. For by the last words of David, the Levites were numbered from 20 years old and above, because their office was to wait on the sons of Aaron for the service of the house of Yahweh, in the courts and in the chambers and in the purifying of all holy things, in the work of the service of the house of Elohim, both for the shewbread and for the fine flour, for meat offerings and for the unleavened cakes, and for that which is baked in the pan, and for that which is fried, and for all manner of measure inside. And you got to be taught these things. That's why we're here. That's why we in 1 Chronicles 23rd chapter, because these things were taught, and then they had to teach the rest of the people. It says, and to stand every morning to thank and praise Yahweh. But we don't need no priest. But their job was to stand every morning to thank and praise Yahweh, and likewise at evening. And it wasn't just for themselves. It was for the whole house of Israel. But we don't need them today. It tells us, Israel, and to offer all burnt sacrifices unto Yahweh in the Sabbath, but we don't need them today. But we constantly saying Shabbat Shalom. And the new moons, and on the set feasts, we don't need them today, but we trying to reenact every feast that is found in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. It says, by number according to the order commanded unto them, continually before Yahweh. And that they should keep the charge of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the charge of the holy place, and the charge of the sons of Aaron, their brethren, in the service of the house of Yahweh. So I just want to use this to let us know the importance of the priests and the Levites, and the importance of us following instructions, and the importance of one teaching us the difference between the holy and the unholy, between the clean and the unclean. And they were also named. We had parents, we had fathers, we had mothers, we had elders, we had Levites, we had priests, we had judges. It also tells us in 1 Chronicles, the 25th chapter, we turn here real quickly. And it tells us in the 7th and 8th verse of the 25th chapter of 1 Chronicles, and it reads, so the number of them with their brethren that were instructed, please take note, we were taught everything that Yahweh commanded our fathers to teach us. We did nothing according to our own eyes, not be righteous. Thus it tells us in the 7th verse, so the number of them with their brethren that were instructed in the song of Yahweh, even all that were cunning, was 288, 288 men being taught what they were to say, how they was to play, and everything. And then the 8th verse reads, and they cast lots, ward against ward, as well the small as the great, the teacher as the scholar. So we wasn't dumb. We had teachers, and we had some people with better spirits than others that was more willing to hear the teachings and also teach others what they have heard, and they were known as scholars. We were not dumb. How could you be dumb when you had the creator of the heaven and earth teaching you? Today, we find ourselves dumbfounded because we don't have a teaching priest and because we're not under the covenant of the law. It also tells us, if we take a look at Psalms, the 78th chapter. Psalms, the 78th chapter. To continue to tell us the importance of the covenant of the law and having a teaching priest. having the priest, having one among us that will be able to teach us between the holy and the unholy, the clean from the unclean. Thus it tells us in Psalm 78, and I'll just read the first 7 verses, and it reads, "Give ear, O my people," and to give ear is to hearken to the instructions. Thus it reads, "Give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, and many of the things that we have uttered today are considered parables, are considered dark sayings to many of our brothers and sisters, because they don't have the Spirit upon them to perceive all that Yahweh has said, to fear him and to depart from evil. Thus it reads, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us according to the instructions the fathers were to teach their children. It reads, we will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come. What? The praises. So when we teach the word diligently, excuse me, especially when we have a teaching priest among us, these words will and praises will be known even among our children. We are to teach our children. Thus the 4th verse reads, we will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh and his strength and his wonderful works that he have done. For he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they, please take note, should make them known unto their children. And we made our children known by teaching them. The things we made known unto our children were not fables. We were actually teaching history and the mighty acts of our Creator. The 6th verse reads, why we did the things that we did. And it reads, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born. And you know when the children are born, we got to teach. And many of you have not been born into this truth, but it's like you are a baby in this truth. And we are going to teach you all that Yahweh has said. Thus it reads one more time in the 6th verse, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who should rise and declare them to their children, as we are doing this day. Why? That they might set their hope in Yahweh and not forget the works of Yahweh, but keep his commandments. So it is truly important for Israel to be taught, to have a teaching priest among them, and to be under the law. Because again, as we showed the example of Deuteronomy 21, 18 to 21, the 8th verse says in this chapter, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation. We've seen what happened to just one child that was labeled stubborn and rebellious, and they had to stone him to death to get the evil out of the land. So again, I'll close with this 8th verse, and it says, "And might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart nor hope upright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with Elohim." All of us do not have the same spirit. Just like all of us are not found by Yahweh. Yahweh said, "I am found of them that seek me not." All of us are not found by Yahweh. And all of us do not possess the same spirit. It tells us also, Israel, if we take a look in the book of 2 Chronicles, and let us go to the 15th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 15th chapter. And it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 15th chapter, and I'll start at the very first verse to allow us to know that there's nothing new under the sun. There was a time when our fathers was without a teaching priest and without the law, and it only brought forth hell and chaos. Well, today, their children find themselves in another man's land, and all they are a recipient of today is hell and chaos. Could it possibly be because there is no teaching priest and because they are not under the covenant of the law? And your brother will answer that with an emphatically yes. That is the reason why. It tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 15th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And let us read this chapter real quick. And it reads, "And the spirit of Elohim came upon Azaniah, the son of Oded. And he went out to meet Asa, and said unto him, Hear ye me, Asa, and all Yehuda and Benjamin. Yahweh is with you while ye be with him. And if ye seek him, as we are doing this day, he will be found of you. But if ye forsake him, he will forsake you." And that was part of the covenant. That's the agreement. For now, for a long season, Israel have been without the true Elohim. And you got to have somebody to teach about the true Elohim. If you got many witnesses and prophets that's fake, and they telling you about everybody under the sun, then you are not, or you don't have the true Elohim among you. Not in your thoughts, not in your teachings, not in your understanding. Thus it reads in the 3rd verse again, "Now for a long season Israel had been without the true Elohim, and without a teaching priest, and without law. But when they, in their trouble," please take note, did turn into Yahweh Elohim. They had forsaken him of Israel and sought him. He was found of them. And in those times, there was no peace to him that went out, nor to him that came in. Sound like us. But great vexations were upon all the inhabitants of the countries. And it sounds just like what we suffer today. Great vexations, trials and tribulations, the opposite of shalom. And nations were destroyed of nations, wars and rumors of wars, and cities of cities, for Elohim did vex them with all adversity. Why? Because, as it read in the 3rd verse, for a long season Israel had been without the true Elohim, and without a teaching priest, and without law. And your brother have stated that will only bring forth chaos. That will only allow you to be in a situation that is similar to hell. It continues to tell us, the 7th verse, be ye strong therefore, and let not your hands be weak, for your work shall be rewarded. And if you truly believe these words, that should be one of your incentives to allow you to speak nothing but the truth concerning these words. Because Yahweh said he will reward you. And when Asa heard these words in the prophecy of Oded, the prophet, he took courage and put away the abominable idols out of all the land of Yehudah and Benjamin, and out of the cities which he had taken from Mount Ephraim, and renewed the altar of Yahweh that was before the porch of Yahweh. And he gathered all Yehudah, Benjamin, and the strangers with them out of Ephraim and Manasseh, and out of Simeon, for they fell to him out of Israel in a bondage, because somebody was there teaching the truth. And they fell out to him in a bondage when they saw that Yahweh, his Elohim, was with him. So they gathered themselves together at Jerusalem in the 3rd month, in the 15th year of the reign of Asa. And they offered unto the Yahweh the same time of the spoil which they had brought, 700 oxen and 7,000 sheep. And they entered into a covenant to seek Yahweh Elohim of their fathers with all their heart and with all their soul. That whatsoever, and this is how you seeking with all your heart and all your soul. This is what it means in, I think it's Proverbs 4 when it says, now Proverbs 2, sound wisdom, and when it's pleasant into thy soul, it says that whosoever would not seek Yahweh, the 12th verse again, and they entered into a covenant to seek Yahweh Elohim of their fathers with all their heart and with all their soul, that whosoever would not seek Yahweh Elohim of Israel should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman. And they swear unto Yahweh with a loud voice, and with shouting, and with trumpets, and with cornets. And all Yehudah rejoiced at the oath, for they had sworn with all their heart, and sought him with all their whole desire, and he was found of them. and Yahweh gave them rest round about. And also concerning Manasseh, the mother of Asa, the king, he removed from being queen. Why? Because she had made an idol in a grove. And Asa cut down her idol and stumped it and burnt it at the brook Kidron. But the high places were not taken away out of Israel. Nevertheless, the heart of Asa was perfect all in his days. And he brought into the house of Elohim the things that his father had dedicated and that he himself had dedicated, silver and gold and vessels. And there was no more war into the 35th year of the reign of Asa. Because once they returned, once they was taught, once they made the covenant, the Almighty gave them peace. One more place I would like to go real quickly in 2 Chronicles, and that is in the 20th chapter. The 20th chapter of 2 Chronicles. And here it talks about our father, Japhet. And Japhet was a man that seeked Yahweh and sought Yahweh, and he understood to seek Yahweh, you must execute judgment. You must have judgment because Yahweh is the Elohim of judgment. So let us start at the 19th chapter of 2 Chronicles, dealing with one of our fathers by the name of Japhet. And it tells us, starting let's start at the very first verse. And it reads, and Japhet, the king of Yehudah, returned to his house in peace to Jerusalem. And Jehu, the son of Hanani, the seer, went out to meet him and said to King Japhet, should I help the un-Elohimly and love them that hate Yahweh? Therefore is wrath upon thee from before Yahweh. Nevertheless, there are good things found in thee, in that thou hast taken away the groves out of the land, and hast prepared thy heart to seek Elohim. And Jehoshaphat, I think I've been saying Japhet, but I meant to say Jehoshaphat. And Jehoshaphat dwelt at Jerusalem. And he went out again through the people from Beersheba to Mount Ephraim, and brought them back into Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, by establishing and witnessing and acknowledging the truth. And he set judges in the land throughout all the fenced cities of Yehudah, city by city, and said to the judges, take heed what ye do, for ye judge not for men, but for Yahweh, who is with you in the judgment. And that's why when we start our presentations, you find your brother praying that the word of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in Yahweh's sight, that his children may hear and fear and depart from evil. And that's the same as what we're reading about this brother. For this brother is bringing Yehudah and Benjamin back to the Most High. And how is he doing that? With the truth and with judgment. For it told us in Jeremiah the 5th chapter, let me get to the great men. And who were the great men of that day? Those that understood the judgment of Yahweh. Thus we find this great king, Jehoshaphat. And it says again in the 4th verse, the last sentence, and brought them back into Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. The 5th verse reads, and he set judges in the land throughout all the fenced cities of Yehuda, city by city, and said to the judges, take heed what ye do, for ye judge not for man, but for Yahweh, who is with you in the judgment. Wherefore now let the fear of Yahweh be upon you, not the fear of some man or some woman. Take heed and do it, for there is no iniquity with Yahweh or Elohim, nor respect of persons, nor taking of gifts. Moreover, in Jerusalem did Jehoshaphat set of the Levites, and of the priests, and of the chiefs of the fathers of Israel, for judgment, as we read in the 17th chapter of Deuteronomy, for judgment of Yahweh, and for controversies, as we read in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, when they returned to Jerusalem. And he charged them, saying, thus shall ye do, in the fear of Yahweh, faithfully and with a perfect heart. And what cause soever shall come to you of your brethren that dwell in their cities, between blood and blood, between law and commandment, statute and judgment, ye shall even warn them that they trespass not against Yahweh, and so wrath come upon you. So this warning represents teaching. And if you were not taught, this wrath would have came upon you. And if those that were instructed to teach, let it be the priest, the prophet, the seer, or whoever it be, if they did not tell you all that Yahweh has said, then you will still get caught up in your transgression, but your blood will be on their hands. And since I said that, I will show that in the next phase, the next place we would go. Let me finish reading this. It tells us in the 10th verse, and what cause soever shall come to you of your brethren that dwell in their city, between blood and blood, between law and commandment, statute and judgment, ye shall even warn them that they trespass not against Yahweh, so wrath come upon you and upon your brethren this day, and ye shall not trespass. And behold, Amariah the chief priest, please take note, the chief priest is over you in all manners of Yahweh. But they teach we don't need the priest to keep the law. And Zabiah, the son of Ishmael, the ruler of the house of Yehuda, for all the king's matters, also the Levites shall be officers before you. Deal courageously, and Yahweh shall be with the good. And I made a statement dealing with the importance of the priest or the prophet or the seer, whoever it is that Yahweh used to bring forth his message to his people. If they did not, Israel will still get caught up in their iniquity, and they will die for their iniquity, but their blood will be on the head, or on the head of him that Yahweh sent, that did not come to us and tell us all that he has said. And let's establish that truth by going to Ezekiel It speaks like that in the 18th chapter, but I think I want to go to Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. Let me get there real quick. That way I can tell everybody where to go. It's just hit me in my mind, and I want to bring this up also. The 33rd chapter of Ezekiel. It's also spoken like this in the 18th chapter of Ezekiel, but I would love to use this 33rd chapter in my explaining. For it explains exactly what I stated. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter, and it's dealing with a watchman, one that was supposed to watch Israel and watch for the coming of our Creator. And it tells us, starting at the very first verse, and I'll read to the 9th verse, and it reads, Again, the word of Yahweh came into me, saying, Son of man, speak to the children of thy people, and say unto them, When I bring the sword upon a land, if the people of the land take a man, or a man of their coasts, and set him for their watchman, if when he see the sword come upon the land, he blows the trumpet and warn the people, when whosoever hear the sound of the trumpet and take not warning, if the sword come and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head, because he refused the warning. He refused the teaching. He heard the sound of the trumpet, would represent the warning, and took not warning. His blood shall be upon him. But he that take warning, please take note, Israel, shall deliver his soul. But if the watchman see the sword come and blow not the trumpet, and we got many fake watchmen and fake shepherds like this, they won't warn you of nothing. Because of what they are teaching, they can't. Look how many people warned us about 2019, and nothing has happened. The scripture reads in the 6th verse, But if the watchman see the sword comes and blow not the trumpet, and the people be not warned, if the sword come and take any person from among them, he is taken away in his iniquity. You still wrong because you didn't know. We got laws in the book of Leviticus for ignorance, so because you don't know, it's not an excuse. If it was, you wouldn't have a law for ignorance. It tells us, he is taken away in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at the watchman's hand, because the watchmen, as many of these watchmen are today, refuse to warn the people with truth. The 7th verse reads, So thou, O son of man, I have set thee a watchman into the house of Israel. Therefore thou shalt hear the word at my mouth. Please take note what they were supposed to warn you of and where they got their source from. It says, Therefore thou shalt hear the word at my mouth and warn them from me. When I say unto the wicked, O wicked man, thou shalt surely die, if thou does not speak to warn the wicked from his way, that wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thy hand. And that's why I speak the way I do. And that's why I will teach you the truth no matter who stand up and try to speak against me. I am going to speak the truth as it is written. It tells us, but his blood will I require at thy hand. The 9th verse, nevertheless, if thou warn the wicked of his way, and we warn them every day, we beg them to hear, to fear, and to depart from evil. Thus the 9th verse says, nevertheless, if thou warn the wicked of his way, to turn from it, if he do not turn from his way, he shall die in his iniquity. But you and I has delivered our souls. And one more place that go hand in hand with this, we can find in the book of the law, in the book of Leviticus, the 19th chapter, I think it is. Let us go to the book of Leviticus, just to put a period to this conversation that we just had in Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. Leviticus, the 18th chapter. Excuse me, I said the 19th chapter, and that's where I need to go. The 19th chapter, the 17th verse. And you might have to look it up a little better to get the understanding that your brother is about to teach you and show you, because how it's written. But it tells us in Leviticus, the 19th chapter, the 17th verse, and it reads, and it coincides with what we just read in Ezekiel, the 33rd verse, or the 33rd chapter. And it tells us in the 17th verse, thou shalt not hate thy brother, warn him in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke. Rebuke mean warn, tell, correct. Rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon you. And that go hand in hand with what we just read in Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. Because if the man that Yahweh sent, or the man that the people have set up as a watchman, do not warn thee, you still going to die in your iniquity, but his blood will Yahweh lay upon his head. Your blood, he going to lay on that man's head, because he was not strong enough to rebuke you. And that's the same thing you just read in this 17th verse. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Don't hate him so much that you refuse to warn him. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon you. In many of your scriptures you will find it reading, and not suffer sin upon him. Well, he's already have sinned. You the one supposed to warn him. That way you don't suffer sin upon you. And if you get another book or other interpretations, you will find the 17th verse ending with you instead of him. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Ezra, the 7th chapter. Ezra, the 7th chapter. Denoting how important it is for Israel to have a teaching priest and to be up under the covenant of the law. For when Israel is without a priest and without law, they are in hell. Ezra, the 7th chapter. Ezra is right after the books of 1st and 2nd Chronicles. And it tells us in the book of Ezra, the 7th chapter. And I would just like to read a few words out of this great chapter. And I will start at the 23rd verse to the 26th verse. Ezra, the 7th chapter, the 23rd verse to the 26th verse. And it denotes again that Israel must have a teaching priest, and they must be under the covenant of the law to be good, to be safe, to be quiet. It tells us in the 23rd verse, whatsoever is commanded by the Elohim of heaven, let it be diligently done for the house of the Elohim of heaven. For why should there be wrath against the realm of the king and his sons? Also, we certify you that touching any of the priests and Levites, singers, porters, Nithiums, and ministers of this house of Elohim, it shall not be lawful to impose toll, taxes, tribute, or custom upon them. And thy Ezra, after the wisdom of thy Elohim that is in thy hands, set magistrates and judges, which may judge all the people that are beyond the river. And Israel, dwellings, Israel, possessions, was beyond the river. All such as know the law of thy Elohim, and what? And teach ye them that know them not. And what was Ezra? Was Ezra not a priest? It says, and whatsoever will not, and whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily upon him, whether it be into death, or to banishment, or to confiscation of goods, or to imprisonment. So here again, Israel coming out of the Babylonian captivity, the king that made the decree for Israel to go back to their land free as free men and women and build a temple. It allows us to know that Ezra was the one selected along with Nehemiah and other priests and Levites to teach Israel about the law of the covenant. And it denotes all that we have taught thus far, the importance of the priests and the importance of Israel being under the law. It also tells us if we take a quick look in the book of Malachi, the book of Malachi, the 4th chapter, the 4th verse. The book of Malachi, the 4th chapter, the 4th verse. And I will end the presentation by reading Jeremiah, the 32nd chapter. But right now we are going to Malachi, the 4th chapter, the 4th verse. And Malachi is the last book in your scriptures. And it tells us in the book of Malachi, the 4th chapter, the 4th verse. And it reads, remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I commanded unto him in Horeb, for all Israel. And when we read that law, we found that the priests was to teach us. We found that we're supposed to go to the place where Yahweh placed his name, and we're going to find the priest and the judge there. We found throughout the book of the law that the parents, the father and the mother, was to teach their children. It tells us, which I commanded unto him in Horeb for all Israel, with the statutes and judgments. So when your brother take you here and they say, well, we're supposed to keep the law of Moses forever, and if that is true, make sure they acknowledge this 4th verse, because with those commandments came the statutes and judgments. And most of our brothers that produce that false claim will readily tell you that we're supposed to do everything except the judgment. And that is a turning to the left and the right. That is a diminishing of the word of Yah. For we are reading in the last book of our scriptures chronologically, and it tells us to remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I commanded unto him in Horeb for all Israel, with the statutes and judgments. So again, that is what was supposed to be taught to Israel. The statutes, the judgments, the commandments, the ordinances, these things was to be taught to Israel, because those things represented and consisted of the covenant of the law. And we had the priest, a teaching priest, that taught all Israel these things. And don't forget who Moses is. Moses is of the house of Aaron, and or the house of Levi, should I have said, and his brother was the priest. And the Almighty told Moses in the 4th chapter of Exodus that here come your brother, and your brother can speak. I want his mouth to be for your mouth, and I want your mouth to be for my mouth. So that means Aaron was really Moses speaking, and Yahweh was speaking through Moses. So it is vital that we have a teaching priest, and it is vital for Israel's health and security to be under the covenant of the law. Let us turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 32nd chapter, and closing. Jeremiah, the 32nd chapter, and it tells us in Jeremiah, the 32nd chapter, at the 23rd verse, and it reads, and they came in and possessed it, but they obeyed not thy voice, neither walked in thy law. They have done nothing of all that thou commanded them to do. Therefore, the reason why thou hast caused all this evil to come upon us. The 30th verse says, for the children of Israel and the children of Yehuda have only done evil before me from their youth. For the children of Israel have only provoked me to anger with the work of their hands, said Yahweh. For this city have been to me as a provocation of my anger and of my fury from the day that they built it even into this day, that I should remove it from before my face. Why? Because of all the evil of the children of Israel and of the children of Yehuda, which they have done to provoke me to anger, they, their kings, their princes, their priests, and their prophets, and the men of Yehuda, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And they have turned into me the back, and not the face, though I taught them, please take note, a teaching priest and the law. It says, though I taught them, rising up early and teaching them, yet they have not hearkened to receive instruction. And that's all it's about, Israel, following instructions. But they set their abomination in the house which is called by my name to defile it. And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the sons of Haman, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and to Molech, which I commanded them not, neither came it into my mind that they should do this abomination, to cause Yehuda to sin. And I knew, I said I was going to make this the last one. I want to go one more place to go hand in hand with this, and we will end the presentation, and that place is in the book of Nehemiah. Let us end by going to the book of Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. And we will end on this note. It tells us, Israel, starting at the 32nd verse of Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. And it reads, in Nehemiah 9, verse 32. Now, therefore, our Elohim, the great, the mighty, and the terrible Elohim, who keeps covenant and mercy, let not all the trouble seem little before thee that have come upon us, on our kings, on our princes, and on our priests, and on our prophets, and on our fathers, and on all the people since the time of the kings of Assyria and to this day. Howbeit thou art just. Even though we find ourselves in hell, thou art just. And all that is brought upon us. For thou hast done right, but we have done wickedly. Neither have our kings, our princes, our priests, nor our fathers kept thy law, nor hearkened unto thy commandments and thy testimonies, wherewith thou did testify against them. For they have not served thee and their kingdom. I don't care about what you doing in another man's land. You ain't getting righteousness and credit for what you doing in another man's land. Deuteronomy 6 told us that our righteousness was based on what we did in our land by obeying all that he has said. Yahweh is righteous in all that he have done. Again, it says in the 34th verse, neither have our kings, our princesses, our priests, nor our fathers kept thy law, nor hearkened unto thy commandments and thy testimonies, wherewith thy did testify against them. For they have not served thee in their kingdom, and in thy great goodness that thou gavest them, and in the large and fat land which thou gavest before them, neither turned they from their wicked works. Behold, we are servants this day, and for the land that thou gave into our fathers, to eat the fruit thereof, and the good thereof, behold, we are servants in it. And it yield much increase unto the kings whom thou hast set over us, because of our sins. Also they have dominion over our bodies and over our cattle at their pleasure, and we are in great distress. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. That will be the end of the presentation. We will open up for comments and questions, 2 minutes per comment. Or is there any comments or questions dealing with the presentation that we just had? Is there any comments or questions? Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom, brother. This brother Yamin, Cincinnati, Ohio. I just want to say great class. Sharpen my tools a little bit. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? We have a lot of rumors going around that many of us are evil and wicked to teach that we're not under the law. And then we got rumors going around saying that for those that are committing or sounding like they are under the law, they can do these things without a teaching priest. How can one be under the law without Yahweh instructions, and how can you be under the law without being taught? Did someone answer that? See, to be under something, you got to be doing it. It says to do all. So if you teach that you under the law, you got to know the law. And many of us don't know the law. You got 5 books of the law, and many of us don't know. We got people teaching that Genesis 15 have never been fulfilled. And you got your brother telling you, if you believe that, you do not know the law. Because Israel received the law out of the fulfillment of Genesis, the 15th chapter. So you can't teach that you understand the law and you know the law, but then tell your brother Genesis 15 ain't been fulfilled. That's going to happen in 2019. You don't know the law. The law came out of Israel being in bondage. We just read it over and over again. So if you teach that Genesis 15 has not been fulfilled, you truly do not understand the 4 books that follow Genesis.
which is Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. And all 4 of those books had to be taught to Israel for Israel to obey and do it. So if you under the law today, you must be taught, and you must have a teaching priest to teach you.
Yes.
Is there any comments or questions? If there isn't any comments or questions, I take that the listening audience understood every word, and that the listening audience is in agreement with their brother in that which he taught today, dealing with Israel being without a priest and without the law.
Yes.
As I stated, many of us have different spirits. So what many people might see, we might not see those same things, or we see beyond those things because we fear Yahweh and we have chosen to depart from evil.
Yes. Right. Hallelujah. Praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah. So again, I'll take that the class went well and everyone perceived what their brother was trying to relay into them. There is no questions, and it seemed like there isn't any other comments. If that's true, I'll go ahead and end the presentation by reading Psalms 25. Before I read Psalms 25, is there any other comments or questions? Let us all turn our scriptures to Psalms 25 and allow your brother to read Psalms 25 for us all. And it tells us in this great psalm, a psalm that our fathers prayed for Yahweh's guidance and protection. It reads, "And to thee, Yahweh, do we lift up our soul. O our Elohim, we trust in thee. Let us not be ashamed. Let not our enemies trample over us. Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause, adding and taking away without a cause, declining from the words of Yahweh without a cause." It says, "Show us thy ways, O Yahweh. Teach as your brother, as your servant have taught his brothers and sisters this day. Teach me thy paths. Lead us in thy truth, and teach us, for thy art the Elohim of our salvation. On thee do we wait all the day. Remember, Yahweh, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sin of our youth, nor our transgression, according to thy mercy. Remember thy us for thy goodness' sake, Yahweh. Good and upright is Yahweh. Therefore will we teach sinners in the way." Even at the end, we're going to teach. "The meek will he guide in judgment," and he has guided us in judgment. We understand the judgment today. "And the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of Yahweh are mercy and truth, and to such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, Yahweh, pardon my iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that fear Yahweh? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease. And let me rephrase that. Our souls shall dwell at ease, and our seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of Yahweh is with them that fear him. And a lot of things that we've been bringing forth as secrets to many of the people because they don't fear him. But these secrets he has revealed unto us because we do. It says, Israel, the secret of Yahweh is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant as he has. The covenant that he has made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Our eyes are even toward Yahweh, for he shall pluck our feet out of the net. Turn thy into us, and have mercy upon us, for we are desolate and afflicted. The troubles of our heart are enlarged. O bring thy us out of our distresses. Look upon our affliction and our pain, and forgive all our sins. Consider our enemies, for they are many, and they hate us with cruel hatred. O keep our soul and deliver us. Let us not be ashamed, for we put our trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve us, for we wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O Yahweh, out of all his troubles. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom, family. Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Have a good week.
Shalom.
Shalom, hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Oh.